Please call Rolando Perez.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you speak up into the microphone so that everyone can hear, and state your name for the record.
Rolando Perez.
All right, state.
Mr. Perez, can you please tell the jury what it is you do?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you been a crime scene investigator?
Just a little bit over 14 years.
And what does a crime scene investigator do?
We make the scenes and we search for evidence. We document, collect, and preserve and process evidence.
And have you always been a CSI with San Antonio Police Department, or did you have another role prior to that?
For the 14 years I've been a CSI, yes.
What sort of training do you have to be a CSI?
We have our bachelor's degree from from college, and then we do about a 3-month training in classroom, and then we do like about a month training in the field.
And how many crime scenes would you say that you've processed in your career?
Oh, I couldn't give you a number.
Can you give a ballpark number?
Hundreds, maybe. Yeah.
Now, on September 5th, 2017, were you called to investigate a crime scene relating to a case involving defendant Jessica Briones?
I believe so.
Do you remember where that was?
No.
Would it be helpful to review your report?
Yes, please.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a copy of my report.
And would that be helpful in refreshing your recollection?
Yes.
Can you tell me where you were called out now?
Right. The address is 10503 Huebner Road at apartment number 535.
Is that in Pierce County, Texas?
Yes.
And what were you called out to do at that scene?
Well, we were called out for an injury call, so they wanted us to process it.
And what does that entail?
On my duties, it was to basically start beginning to photograph the scene and search for any kind of evidence.
And what were you asked to photograph?
The interior of the apartment and whatever was located.
And how many photographs did you take?
About 349.
And did you collect any items at that point?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what items you collected?
I'm going to look at the report. It ranged from table, broken legs of a table, cell phone, plastic bowl, step stool, a metal bracket, a couple more phones, I believe a broken picture frame, a black plastic bag, and a photograph and a tablet.
So you collected 11 items?
Give or take, yeah. I mean, there's a couple that were, we break them down with like, there's like a number E4 and then a 4A. So I think it turned out to be 13 items.
And what else did you do at that scene?
Well, I did the photos and I did the evidence collection. I know that. And I did try to lift some fingerprints off of the tablet and the cell phone, but I don't think I was successful at that time.
Do you have any other involvement in this case?
What do you mean?
Aside from going to the scene and collecting these items of evidence, did you go anywhere else?
Yeah, right. Okay, so I did go to the hospital to photograph the victim.
And who was the victim in this case?
I have it listed as Olivia Briones.
And was that all that you did in relation to this case?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 through 99. Can you thumb through those and tell me if that's a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment and the scene as you saw it that day?
Yes, I would say yes.
Your Honor, I've previously shown these photos to defense counsel. I would offer them into evidence at this point in time.
I've inspected the photos, Judge, no objection.
All right, then State's Exhibits number 44 through 99 are admitted without objection.
And CSI Perez, I'm just going to show you a few of these photos. Go through these photos with another witness, but I do want to go through a couple of them. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
That's going to be my photo board and just describe or gives the information of where I'm at, the case number, date and time, our district and the camera used and my memory card number.
And State's Exhibit 89, can you tell me what that's a photo of?
I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be the table.
The table that you collected?
I believe so, yes.
And can you tell the jury what those yellow tags are?
The evidence marker.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's the evidence marker that we use to mark our label or place by our evidence that's located.
And State's Exhibit 90, can you tell me what that's a photo of?
Oh, I'm guess it's a cell phone.
Is that one of the cell phones that you collected?
I believe so, yes.
State's Exhibit 91,
That's gonna be the plastic bowl.
and did you do anything with that plastic bowl?
I swabbed the inside, the contents of it.
Why did you swab the contents of it?
Because of what it appeared to be and what it was at the request of the detective on scene.
And what did it appear to be?
Like apparent vomit, possibly.
And State's Exhibit 92,
The step stool. Okay,
and is that an item that you collected?
yes,
State's Exhibit 93,
I believe it was something on the rug. Like we might have swabbed something from the rug.
and you swabbed the carpet,
Yes, I think, yes,
and that exhibit marker number 5.
correct.
And State's Exhibit 94,
The metal bracket,
and where was this found?
it was by the closet in the rear bedroom.
And that's another item that you collected?
Yes,
State's Exhibit 95,
those 2 cell phones. Yes,
State's Exhibit 96,
is that? Oh, okay, so that is, I see now, the broken picture frame that's in the background.
and that's item number 8 that you collected?
Yes,
Uh, State's Exhibit 97,
sorry, it's a little dark on here.
no, that's okay. And yeah, if you need to refresh your memory from your report, that's fine.
That's gonna be that plastic bag.
State's Exhibit 98.
The photograph?
And that was evidence item number 10 that you collected.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 99.
The tablet.
Now, we have some items over here today that you collected. You know how these items got report?
They were brought in by CSI Oliva.
You got a chance to look at these yet?
Not the contents again, no.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38.
Mhm.
Can you tell me what that is?
This is going to be a swab, so it's labeled as E3A.
Okay, and what is that swab?
Look at that. So this was a swab of what was the contents of the bowl, the plastic bowl,
Okay, and again, why did you swab the bowl?
because of what it appeared to be and per the request of the detective.
Now, when you collect evidence, do you make any, such as swabs, do you make any identifying marks on the packaging or on the items themselves?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what identifying marks you made in this case?
So on the envelope, I have the red piece of tape and it has my initials with the date and badge number. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you go ahead and open that envelope up?
Yeah.
Would you like some gloves?
Yes. Oh, so these are. Okay.
And can you view the contents of that envelope?
Yes.
And what's contained in that envelope?
The packaging of the swab.
And is that the same swab that you collected from Jessica Briones' apartment? From the bowl?
Yes.
And how do you know it's the same?
Well, it's inside the packaging.
But again, do you make any identifying marks on the packaging?
Inside it should have a marking.
Okay. You can feel free to take out the inside packaging. No need to remove the swab though.
Right. Okay.
And do you have any identifying marks on
Ye-
that packaging?
I do. I have my initials and badge and well, the date.
Okay. And does that appear to have been altered in any way?
Yes, it looks like it's been opened.
Okay. Aside from being open, can you tell if it's been altered in any way? Let me ask you, where do these swabs usually go after you swab an item?
So when we get them, we place them in the proper room.
Okay.
And then from there, if they want them tested, it's requested
Okay, so when they're tested, where are they sent?
to the Bear County lab.
So if this item were to, or do you see any other identifying marks on it that anyone else has made?
Yes, I do actually.
Okay, and can you tell who those marks are from?
I can't tell who they're from, but someone else has obviously handled it.
Okay, do you see any tape that's not the SAPD tape?
Yeah, yes, this evidence tape.
And where does it say the evidence tape is from?
I mean, it just says laboratory, so
Showing you,
go back.
yeah, you can put that back. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 39. Can you tell me what that is?
It's labeled as a cell phone, cellular phone.
Okay. Is that the phone you collected?
Yes,
How do you know?
it's gonna have the barcode and also the same thing, the tape with my initials and batch number and the date.
Okay, can you go ahead and open that up?
And it's labeled as 2 phones.
Okay, can you take out the contents of that envelope?
Yeah. I believe that's it.
Okay. Are those the 2 phones that you collected?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know those are the 2 phones that you collected?
Mm. Well, they are processed, so I fingerprinted them. I know that for sure.
Okay. And again, there's the identifying marks on the packaging.
On the packaging, correct.
Okay. Do those phones, do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No, not from what I did.
And again, after you collect them, they go to the property room.
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked in states exhibit 40.
Put these back in.
Huh?
Put these back in.
Yes, please. 39. This is the swabs were 38, or swab of E3 was 38, and the phones are 39. States exhibit 40, can you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the tablet.
And how do you know it's the tablet that you collected?
Again, because of the label that's on it. And I actually marked it as that.
Okay, and again, what does that label contain?
I'm sorry.
What does that label contain? What information?
Oh, the case number, the item number, the brand, and the serial number.
Okay, and what is the serial number on that tablet?
HM311EL1A0676.
Okay. Could you open that package up? Okay, can you pull it out? Okay, is that the tablet that you collected?
Yes.
Okay. Does it appear to have been altered in any way?
No.
Showing you now what's been marked at States Exhibit 41. Can you tell me what that is?
It's also a cell phone.
Okay, is that a cell phone that you collected?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know it's the cell phone you collected?
Same thing with the label, the tape with my initials, batch number, and the date.
Okay, and what is the serial number on that cell phone?
321-7654-22189.
Can you open up the contents of that envelope? And take it out, please. Just need to. Is that the same cell phone that you collected?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you found it?
Yes, it appears so.
Right now, I'm showing you what's been marked at States Exhibit 42.
Mhm.
Can you tell me what that is?
This is going to be that metal bracket that was in the rear bedroom closet floor.
Okay, and how do you know that it's the metal bracket that you collected?
It has the label on it.
Okay. And again, what does that label contain?
The case number, the date, the item number, and just a small description of it.
Okay, and are there any other identifying marks in the packaging?
There are,
Okay. What do you see on the packaging?
well, there's this number. I don't know what that is. The evidence tape and someone else's initials.
Okay. Can you go ahead and take that item out and examine it? And it appears that there is additional packaging on the item. Can you tell me if there's any other additional identifying marks on that packaging?
There's the tape that I have placed on it with my initials and the packaging I used.
And did you make any identifying marks on the item itself?
I did. I have my initials and my badge number on it.
Is that the same item that you selected?
Yes,
Does it appear to have been altered in any way?
it seems like it has been opened before, yes.
Okay, but the actual.
But the actual, right, no.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer states exhibit 38 through 42 into evidence. The packages and the items contained therein, pending any objection from defense counsel.
No objections, Judge.
All right, states exhibits 38 through 42 are admitted.
So if you went over, you collected those items of evidence along with some other evidence. You tried to lift fingerprints from the phones and the tablet. You swabbed.
Object to the leading, Judge.
Sustained.
What was the last thing that you said you did in relation to this case?
Oh, from there, I relocated to the hospital.
Showing you what's been marked as states exhibit 100 through 108. Can you thumb through those and tell me if that's a fair and accurate depiction of Olivia Briones as you photographed her?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Well,
Not in evidence, Judge.
Sorry. At this time, I'd offer states exhibit 100 through 108 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
all right, states exhibits 100 through 108 are admitted. And permission to publish is granted.
Showing you what's been marked and admitted as states exhibit 100. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
That's gonna be the victim's, I guess like an injury on the head.
States exhibit 101.
The victim's and an injury to her left ear.
And why is there a tape measure in the photograph?
When we try to just use a scale so they can determine if the lab needs it.
States exhibit 102.
Like a bruising on the lower torso of the victim.
And states exhibit 103.
It's the same one with the scale.
States exhibit 104.
The injury to the hand with the scale.
States exhibit 105.
The injury on the arm and the wrist.
State's Exhibit 106.
The injury to the leg, the knee.
State's Exhibit 107.
And the injury on the foot, on the top foot.
And State's Exhibit 108.
The injury on the other foot, I believe.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
Defense.
Just a couple of questions, sir.
That's right.
Did you check to see if any of those cell phones were operational?
I did not know.
Was there an extraction done on those phones later? And by extraction, I mean, where they take out the data that's on the
Right,
phone,
I-
pictures, all that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you if there was or wasn't.
You don't know.
Correct.
You did some DNA swabs, is that right?
I mean, I swapped some items, yes.
Do you remember which items?
Um,
You can look at your report if
Yeah.
you need to.
it was a swab of the contents of that plastic bowl. And I believe that was the only one I did.
I'm sorry,
I believe that's the only one I did. That's the only swab I collected.
contents of plastic bowl. Okay. You
Mhm.
did not swab the carpet?
Oh, you know what? I'm trying to see. Nope, you're right. I also swabbed that as well.
Okay. And that you're doing that to find out if particular either marks or even, I think the CSI yesterday testified that sometimes you won't see anything, but you're doing that to see if there's DNA there, correct?
Well, we're swabbing, like I said earlier, it was per the request of the detective out there. So whatever, I guess if she wants to identify something on there, correct.
Okay.
So yeah,
How long have you been doing this?
14 years.
And so just out of like, if you went to my house right now and started swabbing randomly, you'd find DNA, my DNA, pretty much everywhere, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. That's the witness, Judge.
No other questions of this witness.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from the state.
We don't. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna need him again, Judge.
All right, sir, the rule has been invoked. You cannot discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Brittany, do you need to? Are you? All right, state, call your next witness.
They called Nicole Morales.
If you'll take a seat here, please. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can lower your hand. Please make sure you speak into the microphone so everyone can hear. And if you can state your name for the record.
My name is Nicole Morales.
All right, so we're gonna need you to speak up a little bit.
Hi, Judge.
No problem.
My name is Nicole Morales.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Morales, how are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Bexar County Crime Lab.
What does a forensic scientist do?
So we receive items of evidence from law enforcement, and then we test them for the possible presence of biological fluid. Typically, that's semen, blood, saliva. There's also touch DNA or things that are handled routinely by somebody. And then we develop a genetic profile from those items and compare them to known standards from people.
Ms. Ross, could you briefly describe for the jury what is your education?
I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry from the University of Nevada in Reno, and I have a master's degree in forensic science from Sam Houston State University.
And when did you become employed with the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory?
2013.
Have you continuously worked there since?
Yes.
At the lab, did you receive any additional training as it relates to your job as a forensic scientist?
Yes, when I first joined the lab, I received probably 6 months of training in forensic serology. And then I was released to do forensic serology casework. And then I started training in forensic DNA analysis. That was another probably 9 to 10 months before being released for forensic DNA analysis.
As it relates to the lab, does the lab carry any types of accreditations?
Yes, we've been accredited since 1998.
And what types of accreditations does the lab have?
We are accredited by ANAB, ANAB, and that's overseen by the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
So previously, have you been testified in courts in Texas, in particular in Bexar County, as it relates to things like serology and DNA?
Yes.
So if you could just describe for the jury, how does evidence get to the crime?
So typically law enforcement will submit evidence. We receive evidence from mostly Bexar County Sheriff's Office and SAPD, but there's other agencies that submit evidence to us as well. They will bring the evidence to our evidence receiving section. They have a vault where the evidence is stored, and then whoever is pulling cases will go and pull the evidence from the evidence receiving vault.
So do those items of evidence stay in the vault up until somebody actually removes it from the vault for analysis?
Correct.
And is that vault, is it secured?
Correct.
So once item of evidence comes in, and I should just kind of backtrack for a second. As far as the crime lab is concerned, are there different sections?
Yes.
And what are the general, if you can, for the jury, what are those sections?
So my section is serology DNA. There's also a firearms section and there's a drug ID section.
So if an item of evidence comes to the crime lab and the request by law enforcement is that serology and or DNA be examined or examined for, what is the general process that piece of evidence takes from being after being removed to the vault up until giving a result?
So it depends on what kind of analysis, but if it's serology and DNA, for example, someone would pull that evidence and perform serological analyses, which is basically screening the evidence. You can't just move everything forward for DNA. It's going to take a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of energy. So the screening process kind of narrows down those items that may be probative or that may have some biological fluid on them. And those are the items that get moved forward for DNA. So at that point, one analyst will start the screening process. That analyst will then retain whatever items are necessary to retain. And either that analyst or a different analyst could at in some point in the future pull those retained items out and perform DNA analysis on it.
For those who might not know, what is serology?
Serology, like I said, is basically just a screening tool or a screening method for the items of evidence. And you're typically looking for some sort of biological fluid.
And serology, does it help classify certain particular biological fluids, like making a presumptive determination if it's blood or semen or saliva?
Yes, we have presumptive tests for blood, semen, and saliva. We have confirmatory tests for semen. And then we also have just sort of visual examination of items to qualify them to move forward for DNA.
So is it fair to say that when items comes in, serology is done and that narrows down if DNA is going to be looked for, or analyzed to determine what items actually should be looked at for DNA?
Yes, that's not true for all cases, but for a majority of cases, we try to narrow down the more probative items for DNA.
So, were you involved in a case that relates to Bexar County, your CIL case number 17-06262?
Yes,
And what was your role in this case?
I performed forensic DNA analysis on this case.
Do you recall what items of evidence were initially submitted to the lab?
Is it okay if I refer to?
Do you need a copy of your report?
I have copies, but if you want me to use yours, I can.
So as part of preparation for trial, as well as discovery, does the crime lab create a, for lack of a better term, discovery packet to turn over to the state of the defense?
Yes,
And what's included in those discovery packets?
it would contain any analysis that was performed. So it would have all of the reports that were performed on the case. It would have the movement of those items of evidence, so the chain of custody, whose hands touched those items of evidence, and any other, submission forms, things, any kind of paperwork related to the case.
Got my approach?
Yes.
Am I at 109? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109 for identification purposes. You recognize that document or that packet of documents.
Yes,
And is that the discovery packet as it relates to CIL case number 17-06262?
yes.
So if you need to refer your report, please do so. What items of evidence were submitted to the lab for analysis?
So I will preface this by saying that I didn't do the initial analysis, the screening. Another analyst did that, so I'll have to refer to his report if you want me to see what items came in originally.
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like the original items of evidence, there were 4 manila envelopes. The first manila envelope contained 2 sets of swabs taken from a bracket. The second manila envelope contained a set of swabs taken from an item called E3. The third manila envelope contained a set of swabs taken from carpet. And the fourth manila envelope contained a plastic bag.
And so in referring to the serology report, were all of those items of evidence, did they all go through the serology portion of the analysis?
Yes.
And based on the serology results, what items of evidence did you look at to determine if possibly DNA was on them?
I looked at the 2 sets of swabs taken from the bracket, the set of swabs taken from the item labeled E3, the set of swabs taken from the carpet, and then I requested from the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office a known blood standard from the decedent Olivia Briones.
And why do you need a known blood standard?
Because I have to compare any profiles to the known standard of whoever is the person of interest in this case. In this case, the decedent or the complainant, Olivia Briones. So she's the known standard that I need for comparison.
So you just kind of going through each of the items of evidence that you analyzed for DNA. Item E6A, what did that presumptively test positive for?
Are you referring to serology right now or DNA
Serology.
analysis? So for serology, E6A, no stains with the visual characteristics of blood.
So you tested that because there was a swab in this case?
I didn't test that.
I'm saying, why did you make the determination as far as E6A and E6B to analyzing for DNA?
Yes, so they were taken from a bracket, and it might not necessarily be that there could be blood on the bracket. At that point, there were no visual stains consistent with blood, but you're also looking for maybe a handler, someone who handled the bracket or who touched the bracket, and there's no real presumptive test for that. So those swabs were just moved forward for DNA.
Moving on to what's in the report is item 2-1.1, which is the swab tips from E3A. I'm sorry, the swab from E3 rather. Why did you analyze that for DNA?
Those tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And then finally, what's in your report as item 3-1.1, which was as SAPD labeled E5 swab of carpet. Why did you perform DNA analysis on that particular piece of evidence?
Those were retained. I'm not quite sure why the serologist determined to retain those, but they tested negative for the presumptive presence of blood. And I don't want to speculate as to why he retained them. I can say personally, if I was doing the analysis, I would not have taken any more cuttings or used up any of that sample for additional testing. I would have just moved forward for DNA at that point on those items.
So
I'm sorry, could I get a clarification, Judge? Which swabs did you say tested positive for the presumptive presence of blood?
Those were the swabs from E3.
Three. Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Miss Rouse, what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the thing that makes you who you are. You inherit half of your DNA from your mom, half of your DNA from your dad, and you're unique in that it's the combination of both of their DNA that makes you an individual, and you're different from anybody else except for having an identical twin.
In this case, let's talk about each one of these items of evidence that you completed your DNA analysis on. I'll start with combining E6A and E6B, the two swabs from the bracket. Did you complete DNA analysis on those swab tips?
Yes.
What was your finding as it relates to those particular pieces of evidence?
Both of those items had an insufficient quantity for me to develop a genetic profile for comparison. So there just wasn't enough information, enough genetic material there for me to do anything with it.
So is it fair to say there was DNA, it's just there wasn't enough to be able to complete the full analysis?
That would be fair to say, yes.
So then moving on to item I'll just say the swab of E3, which is 2-1.1 in your report. Did you complete DNA analysis on that particular piece of evidence?
Yes.
And what was your finding as it relates to that piece of evidence?
That item too had an insufficient quantity or quality of DNA for me to develop a genetic profile.
So basically the same result that you had as it relates to the swab of the bracket.
Correct.
Finally, moving on to item E5, which was the swab of the carpet. Did you complete DNA analysis on that particular piece of it?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion as it relates to that?
So on that item, there was almost a full genetic profile with an additional second donor that was very limited. I couldn't develop a profile from that additional minor donor, but I could make a comparison to the major profile on that item. And Olivia BRIONES could not be excluded from that profile.
So what does it mean that you cannot exclude a particular person as it relates to DNA?
So I've developed this profile from the unknown item, which is the swab from the carpet. At that point, I then compared the genetic profile of Olivia BRIONES to that profile on the swab from the carpet, and essentially they match. So I cannot exclude her as a contributor.
Judge, I'm sorry, to save some time, we will stipulate that that was Olivia Briones's non-blood DNA on the carpet.
All right.
That'll help.
State, you may proceed with your case as you wish to proceed with your case.
Well, I understand, but just as the state stipulated things, I'm trying to save some time here for the jury and for the court, Judge.
I understand.
So I want to talk about DNA and how it gets on particular pieces of evidence. Is there a characteristic or quality of an item that can maybe enhance the likelihood that there would be DNA on it?
So that's a tough question to answer. It really just depends. Things that you handle a lot that you don't necessarily clean, her keyboard, for example. I might expect to find her DNA on her keyboard. She's sitting at it every day, typing on it. Maybe it doesn't get wiped down. Things like your pens, your toothbrush, you're in your mouth with your toothbrush and you're sort of washing it off, but I would expect to find your DNA on the bristles of your toothbrush. So it really depends. If I just touch my hand here for a second, I'm likely not going to find DNA here unless maybe I sneezed on my hand and touched it, or I bled on this, on this countertop. So it really depends on how much you're handling an item. If you're wearing an item of clothing over and over again, if there's biological fluid, if you're spitting on a microphone, for example, so it's a hard question to answer, but it really just depends on the amount of contact, how long you have contact with that item, different things like that.
But things like cleaning an item also change the likelihood of finding DNA.
Of course, yes.
So do things like if an object is like rough or textured compared to a smooth object, would that potentially change the likelihood of finding DNA?
So that also depends on what kind of DNA you're talking about. If you're talking about spit or blood that's on a rough object, I still would expect to find a good profile there. If it's just touch DNA, maybe a smoother surface might be a little bit better than a rougher surface, but I mean, it's hard to tell.
And again, not finding DNA doesn't mean that somebody didn't necessarily handle something. Is that
Sure.
what you're saying?
Correct.
Aaron, at this time, I'll pass the witness.
Just a couple of questions. If a report says that there was, sorry. There it is. If a report says there's insufficient quantity of human DNA identified on the swab tips, 0 is also an insufficient quantity, correct?
Typically, if there was 0, it would say no human DNA was identified on this item.
Okay, did you write this?
I wrote that report, yes.
Okay, so in your what do you call it, parlance, or the way that you would write it is if it says an insufficient quantity, that means there probably was some.
Correct.
Okay. And we don't know what type of DNA that was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We do know from the serology report that there was no blood on that.
No stains with the visual characteristics of blood
Stains
to
with
go
blood.
ahead and test for blood. Correct. Yes.
And so if there was This is, sorry. Oh, it's on this bag, okay. There we go. Looking at State's Exhibit 42, this is, well, you don't know if this is the bracket we're talking about, right?
Correct,
Okay, you just got the swabs.
correct.
Okay, but there's been testimony, I will tell you, that those swabs came from this bracket.
Okay,
All right, so if the bracket had been handled by somebody, well, sorry, if the test, if your test, your DNA test on the swabs that came from this bracket, again, yeah, I know you don't know that, but the jury has seen evidence of that. If those swabs, if your report says that an insufficient quantity of quantity or quality of human DNA was identified on the swabs to develop a genetic profile suitable for forensic DNA comparisons, all right? If somebody had handled this just in passing, is that consistent with this finding that you made?
I might expect that if it's just a quick handle or it's been wiped down, maybe, you
Okay.
know, yeah, I wouldn't expect to just from normal handling or once or twice or just picking it up.
Sure, and if we
Unless-
presume that somebody's trying to hide something, then we could say maybe they wiped it down and that's why.
That's
Right.
possible, yes.
But if we presume that nobody's trying to hide something, then it could just be that somebody had handled this and DNA got on it, that their DNA got on it. You, again, you don't know what type of DNA that was.
Correct.
Okay. And then the prosecutor asked you about the fact that there's no DNA there doesn't mean there was never DNA there or something like that. Do you recall that question?
Yes,
Okay. So, and I'll give you an old adage that prosecutors use, and you've probably heard it before: absence of evidence doesn't mean evidence of absence, right?
yes,
But it also doesn't mean evidence of presence, right?
correct.
I mean, it doesn't tell us that this, for example, bracket had DNA on it and that it was wiped away, right?
Correct,
We just don't know.
correct.
Okay, pass the witness.
State.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
No, approach the witness.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Morales, I'm going to show you what has already been admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 42, which is the bracket we've been talking about. In looking at State's Exhibit number 42, are there any qualities about it that, in your training and experience, would make it more or less likely to have touch DNA on it? Contact DNA?
Well, just glancing at it, it's a smooth surface. It would be easy to see any sort of blood soiling on it, I would think, if there was there. It would be easy to swab this item, swab all of it I mean, if it came to me personally like that, I would have taken a swab and swabbed the entire surface of it for touch DNA. To me, it would be easy to clean as well. So, you know, it's sort of a scenario that we can't kind of guess what happened or how it was used or if it was even handled or, you know, it's a.
In talking about what came into the Bexar County Crime Lab as the swab of what was labeled from San Antonio Police Department as swab of vomit from bowl. In your experience, would it surprise you to not find DNA in vomit?
So that also depends. Depends on the amount of maybe saliva in it, depends on if there's bacteria growing. There's bacteria that grows that would kill DNA. And so that's why we don't like items that come in wet, because they just mold and bacteria grow and they degrade DNA. So it really just depends on how much vomit there was, if it was even vomit, maybe how much saliva was in that sample. So that depends as well.
So you were mentioning that if a piece of evidence is wet, you don't like them wet when they come in wet because DNA might degrade or something to that effect, correct?
Yeah, they've typically been sitting in storage for a while before they get to us, and then they sit for a while with us too, and that just, causes bacteria and mold growth if they're wet.
So if the vomit or alleged vomit had been sitting there for hours, would that also potentially change the likelihood of finding DNA in it as well?
It's possible.
I'll pass witness.
Sorry, just 1 second, Judge, if I may. Do you have your report with you, the DNA report with you?
I do.
If you look on page 2 of that report, there's some rather lengthy numbers there.
Yes.
Right. Okay, what are those numbers? Can you say the names of those numbers?
Do you want me to explain what the numbers are before just saying them? Just say them?
I just want you to say them.
Okay. For the Caucasian population, it's 1 in approximately 8 octillion people.
Octillion. Okay.
Octillion.
I didn't want to count the sets of zeros. Okay, so and then the African American population is 1, and is that again 24 octillion?
Correct.
And then 5 octillion for the Hispanic population.
Correct.
Okay, so and those are the odds of this matching of the DNA sample that you found matching someone besides Olivia, correct?
Yes, finding an unknown unrelated person from the population that would also have that profile.
Okay, so we can pretty much say that the DNA that was found on the swab from the carpet was Olivia's.
I mean, I wouldn't say that because I wasn't there and I don't know if she has a twin, those kinds of things. We don't have the genetic profiles of every single person on the earth.
Okay,
So I would not say Olivia Briones is the contributor. I would just say that her profile is consistent with the profile found on the carpet.
okay,
She cannot be excluded.
but consistent to a degree of within the Hispanic population, 5 octillion.
It's a very rare profile
Okay.
to find again in a population, correct?
Okay, so, but again, and I asked one of the CSIs who's up on the stand, is it, well, also, we know that this was non-blood DNA, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it unusual to find, well, sorry, I asked, the specific question I asked the CSI was, if you went to my house, you'd find my DNA everywhere, right?
Correct.
You just swapped around.
I would expect you, yes,
Okay, and that's true of anybody's house.
correct.
Okay, so, and then the other question, that was the only, if I'm reading this right, the only swabs from which you were able to develop a DNA profile were the ones of the carpet.
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay. And again, that wasn't blood.
Correct.
And we know that because,
Because the presumptive test for blood was negative on that item.
okay, and you say presumptive test. So if it tests positive for blood, that doesn't tell us that it's blood, correct?
Correct.
And then you have to do further testing.
Then we do DNA analysis on that item to develop a profile. There's no confirmatory test for blood that we do anyway.
Oh, okay. But if it tests negative for blood, that does tell you something, correct?
That tells us that either it's not blood or there's just a very, very minute amount of blood, if there is, that doesn't meet the requirement for that test to give a result.
Okay, got it. Pass the witness, Judge.
I have no questions.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Subject to recall, please, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state for the defense. You just make sure that you're available if someone wants to recall you.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Can we have a break before calling the next witness?
Is there a reason for the break?
There's a couple reasons.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a short break. We're going to come back in at 10:30. Remember my instructions, which you should have memorized by now. Keep your badges on. If someone's talking to you about this case, walk away. Do not do any research. Do not discuss the case amongst yourself. Do not start deliberating. I will let you know when it's time to deliberate, and everything you need to know about this case will come from inside the courtroom. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. Everyone, please be seated.
Judge, sorry, just wanted, our next witness is our detective, so wanted to get some technology ready. We also have a motion in limine. We would just ask that, I referenced in the earlier with limine, but,
No, we'll just move this. down. Use it to it.
I know it's.
Between
Put her
now
in.
and then, I don't have a problem, yes.
I'll just look short.
You know, other courts don't have them.
Have the split?
So we do. And then if you go out to the electrical circuit. So then other things don't work.
I'm not gonna touch anything.
I can't damage anything. The electrical.
You would be surprised.
Technology here is already. That's-
Barnes, yeah, BARNES.
Yeah, sure.
So because the court has heard what you would like to get into with the witness, just both parties approach, and the court will let you know what my ruling is.
Okay.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, call your next witness.
State called Sergeant Barnes.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you speak up so that everyone can hear. If you could state your name for the record.
Rachel Barnes.
State.
Good morning, Sergeant Barnes. Can you please tell the jury how you're currently employed?
I work for the San Antonio Police Department. I'm a sergeant in the Special Victims Unit Family Violence.
And can you explain to the jury what a sergeant is and what you have to do to become a sergeant?
From the detective level, there's a promotional test. It's a written test to become a sergeant. And that's a supervisor level. So currently I supervise detectives who are investigating cases in special victims.
And you will soon be a lieutenant as well, is that correct?
Hopefully, I'm on the list. It's not certified yet. So
How long have you been with the San Antonio Police Department?
17 years.
And what sort of educational background and training did you have to become a police officer?
We go through a 7-month training academy as cadets once we get on the police department. That includes all different types of aspects of policing to include penal code, CCP, rules, regulations, and also firearms tactics, driving, and things like that.
And do you have other educational background aside from the police academy?
I do. I have a law degree.
And where'd you graduate from?
St. Mary's.
And what was your undergraduate degree in?
My undergraduate was political science.
And what different roles have you held at the San Antonio Police Department?
I worked on patrol. At that time, I worked the east side overnight shift for 8 years. I promoted in 2013 to a detective level. I worked multiple areas. I started as a uniform evidence detective on the streets. Then I went to our night criminal investigations, and then ultimately I ended in a homicide murder detail where I promoted from. And then, as I said, now I'm a sergeant.
How long were you in homicide murder detail?
In homicide, I started in 2016 and then promoted in 2019.
How many murder investigations have you been involved in your career?
I do not have a number. When I was in night criminal investigations, we also initiated murder investigations. So I have not kept account.
What does the murder investigation generally entail?
Well, they're all very different. Basically, we're notified after the fact. So we find out that we have somebody who's deceased and we start backwards and we start looking at evidence to point us in the direction of who we need to talk to, what we need to collect, and how those things line up to the reasons that it appears the person is deceased. So some things are more evident. If there's a gunshot wound on somebody, it's more evident that we're looking for a gun. In other cases,
Sorry, Your Honor, could you ask the witness to hold the microphone?
I'll move forward. There's a little bit. Is that better?
It is. Thank
Okay.
you.
In other cases, when we're talking about injuries, like in this case, we rely on medical information to tell us how those injuries are likely to have happened, and then we work back from there.
When you say this case, which case are you talking about involving which defendant?
Jessica Briones would be the defendant, and then the victim would be her daughter, Olivia.
And do you see the defendant anywhere in the courtroom?
I do.
Would you please identify her by an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing, I think, a pink wrap of some sort.
How did you get involved in this case?
I was notified by our special victims unit at the time they were working on a case. They are the first unit that gets injury to child cases. They notified us that it did not look like the child was going to survive her injuries. So then it changes over to the homicide unit murder detail. Once I was notified, I responded to the location of the apartment where we believe the scene was. At that time, Olivia was already at the hospital.
Okay, and that location, where you went, the apartment, do you remember the address?
I believe it's 10503, but I can check on my report. 10503 Hebner.
And just for the record,
Yes,
you have two exhibits there in front of you. State's exhibit, I believe, 111 and State's exhibit 112. Are
correct.
those copies of your report?
They are.
And would it be helpful to review them to refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Please feel free to do.
So yes, it's 10503 Hebner Road and the apartment number is 535.
And that's in Bear County, Texas?
It is.
And without getting into specifics, what type of information did you have at the time that you went to the apartment?
I knew that the defendant had carried her daughter Olivia into the Prue substation. Her daughter was unresponsive. The personnel at the substation, which is a combination of our civilian staff and law enforcement, were attempting to treat her, waiting for EMS. EMS transported to the hospital. Once at the hospital, they did not expect her to survive, which is why homicide was notified. I knew that she had just come from her own apartment, which is why I went to the apartment location, and I was notified that she had already consented to a search of her apartment in writing.
I'm sorry, she'd already,
Consented to a search of her apartment in writing.
And why was that the first place you went? The apartment?
That was the first place I went because Olivia was already at the hospital being treated. And like I said, that was our first location where we thought the crime scene would be.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 44 through 99. Can you thumb through those and just tell me if those appear to be the photos from the apartment?
Yes. Yes, they are.
And Judge, as these have previously been admitted, I would just ask to publish to the jury.
Granted.
Sergeant Barnes, what are you looking for when you go to a crime scene?
Like I said, normally when we start an investigation, we know an injury and we're trying to line up anything in the location that might have caused the injury, anything that might be out of place. But because we don't know specifics yet, we're pretty much looking at anything that looks unusual.
And at the time you were at the apartment, had Detective Juarez interviewed the defendant yet?
That would have been happening at the same time because he stayed at the office to speak with the defendant.
And had you received any information from him while you're looking at the apartment?
I can't remember if I was called during it or not.
I'm just gonna have you walk us through the apartment. Okay. State's Exhibit 44, can you tell me what that is?
This is the paperwork that they take a picture of first, so it documents the photos that are to follow are related to this case and where they were taken.
And State's Exhibit 45,
That is the apartment building,
and what level was the defendant's apartment on?
the third floor.
State's Exhibit 46,
That's just showing that the apartment is in that building.
State's Exhibit 47.
That's the front door of the defendant's apartment.
Do you remember anything about the doors of the apartment? You know, if they were standard doors, lightweight, heavy doors?
They appear to be standard apartment doors. I didn't notice anything unusual.
State's Exhibit 48.
That's the entryway to the apartment from the door.
Now, what's contained in that picture? Aside from the entryway to the door.
The cat and the living room.
State's Exhibit 49.
That's the living room.
Just another view of the living room.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 50.
Also the living room.
What type of furniture is in that living room?
A couch, an armchair, I believe the TV's on the other side and an ottoman in the middle. And the flooring, I believe, is laminate in that part.
The flooring is laminate. Can you describe what laminate is for the jury?
Laminate is like a plastic floor covering. So it's not as hard as what tile would be and not as soft as what carpet would be.
Do you remember if it was textured, if it was smooth?
I can't remember if it was smooth or not now.
And you said carpet, where's the carpet?
Well, this one has an area carpet, but there's also carpet in the bedrooms. All the bedrooms have carpet.
And we see a chair in that photo. Did you observe any other chairs in the living room?
I don't remember any other chairs.
Do you remember about how high that chair was? The seat off the floor?
It was a standard chair. It wasn't extremely high.
State's Exhibit 51. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a broken coffee table top on top of an ottoman.
State's Exhibit 52.
That's another view of the living room. They take pictures 360 in a room.
State's Exhibit 53.
A wicker bench.
Do you remember where that was located?
I do not.
State's Exhibit 54.
That's the couch in the living room.
State's Exhibit 55.
Those are the broken legs from the tabletop that was on the ottoman.
And State's Exhibit 56.
That's the view of the hallway going down to the bedrooms and the bathrooms.
Now, when you're looking at an apartment or a potential crime scene, what types of things are you looking for?
In this particular case, the injuries were blunt force trauma type injuries. So we're looking for anything that could cause those type of injuries. So I'm looking for anything that could cause bumps, bruises, scrapes, that kind of thing.
Now, with regard to the living room area, was there anything that stood out to you about that or anything that seemed out of place?
In the living room, the table legs that were saved off to the side, were of interest because those are things that can be used for blunt force trauma.
State's Exhibit 57, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This is the kitchen.
And the flooring in the kitchen, do you remember what kind of flooring that was?
It's also laminate.
And the sink, do you remember about how high the sink was?
It was an average height. There was nothing unusual about it.
State's Exhibit 58,
The dishes in the sink area.
State's Exhibit 59,
It's the same. The kitchen and the back part is the pantry.
State's Exhibit 60,
That's the food pantry.
and what's in the food pantry?
Canned goods, peanut butter, pasta, staples of what you would see in a pantry.
State's Exhibit 61,
The inside of the refrigerator.
State's Exhibit 62,
That is the inside of the freezer.
State's Exhibit 63.
Also the freezer.
Now, when a CSI is taking photos of the apartment, are you instructing them what to photograph?
Yes, when I'm there, if there are things that I'm particularly interested in, then yes, we're taking photographs.
Why would you be interested in the contents of a pantry or refrigerator?
When we're investigating a child death, we look at all aspects that could lead to that child's death. And one of the things, even with cases where children are just injured and not
Sorry.
deceased,
Could you speak up?
even in cases where children are injured and not deceased, we look at how much food is in the house to see how well the children are being taken care of. So when we do those things, we take pictures of them to document.
State's Exhibit 64,
That is the trash.
State's Exhibit 65. Can you tell me what area this is?
This is into one of the bedrooms, if I'm not mistaken.
State's Exhibit 66,
That is Olivia's bedroom.
do you remember anything about Olivia's bedroom?
It was very nice. It was clean. It had a lot of toys, a lot of clothes, books. It was picked up. There was a mattress on the floor in the center. Where she would sleep. But it looked like she had a lot of things there to use as a child would normally use.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 65 again. Do you remember anything about the door frames to the bedrooms in the apartment? State's Exhibit 66. Were they standard door frames, wider than normal, narrower than normal?
They were standard door frames for an apartment.
State's Exhibit 67,
This is still in her bedroom.
Exhibit 68,
This is Olivia's bed.
do you remember anything about her bed specifically?
There was a bowl on the bed that looked to be containing vomit of some kind. It looked to be the bile type vomit, real watery.
State's Exhibit 69,
It's the same, her bed with the bowl.
State's Exhibit 70,
That is the bowl of the vomit I just talked about.
State's Exhibit 71.
A toy area in Olivia's room.
Looking at Olivia's room, Is there anything that stood out to you about her room?
No, it looked like a normal kid's room with a lot of toys and clothes and books, like I said.
Did you notice any obvious hazards that a kid would be likely to injure themselves on?
No, I did not.
State's Exhibit 72.
This is the hallway bathroom that Olivia used.
State's Exhibit 73.
A small step stool in that bathroom.
Was there a reason you took a, or you instructed them to take a picture of the stool?
It was cracked and then there were pieces of that plastic on the floor.
State's Exhibit 74.
Still in the same bathroom.
State's Exhibit 75.
Same bathroom.
State's Exhibit 76.
Same bathroom.
Anything that stood out to you about the bathrooms?
Other than the stool that was cracked and then the pieces on the floor, there was nothing else that I noticed.
State's Exhibit 77.
That's the hallway to the defendant's bedroom.
Now with regard to the hallways, door frames, was there anything that was different in this apartment than your ordinary apartment?
No, this was a standard apartment, had the standard sized doors and hallways.
State's Exhibit 78.
It's the entryway to the defendant's bedroom.
State's Exhibit 79.
I believe that's the doorway to the bathroom from that bedroom.
State's Exhibit 80.
That is the defendant's bedroom.
State's Exhibit 81.
That is the closet in that bedroom.
Was there anything that you remember about her bedroom that stood out to you?
The one thing that stood out the most is the bar that you see there in the doorway of the closet, because it's just an unusual placement. The whole apartment was very clean and orderly and picked up. And then this bar was in the middle. And initially, when I saw it, I didn't know what it was for. It didn't have a place over there.
State's Exhibit 82.
That's the bar I'm referring to.
State's Exhibit 83.
That's another view of the defendant's bedroom.
State's Exhibit 84.
That's a view out into the hallway, and I believe that door, the other door is the bathroom that was attached.
State's Exhibit 85.
The defendant's bathroom.
State's Exhibit 86.
That's the washing machine in the defendant's bathroom.
State's Exhibit 87.
Still in the defendant's bathroom.
Anything different about the bathroom in the house?
The only thing of note in there was that she looked like she'd been doing laundry because the washing, it's one of the portable washing machines was hooked up and there were some towels on it and a stuffed animal on it, but they didn't appear. They were wet, but the stuffed animal didn't appear washed, if I remember correctly.
And State's Exhibit 88.
This is the money order that the defendant went to get to pay her rent that day.
And why was the money order photographed?
The money order was used to pay the rent. She left the apartment to go get this money order and left Olivia in the apartment alone while she went down the street to a gas station to get this and then go pay a rent.
And we went over some of these photos with CSI Perez. I'm gonna go over the items that were collected. State's Exhibit 89, why was the table collected?
Since we didn't know what caused the injuries, the table with the broken legs still being in the apartment the way that they were collected. So we still had the items in case we needed them when we did figure out what did happen to Olivia.
State's Exhibit 90,
That is a cell phone.
and why was that collected?
We believe that to be the defendant's cell phone.
State's Exhibit 91,
This is the bowl of vomit from Olivia's room.
and why was that collected?
It was collected so that if we needed to do testing on it to see if there's any kind of substance or anything attached to the vomit.
State's Exhibit 92,
This is the broken step stool in the bathroom. Because it was broken, it appeared to be recently broken, we collected it.
State's Exhibit 93,
I believe that's a stain on the carpet, so they would have taken a swab of the stain.
State's Exhibit 94,
This is the bar we talked about earlier.
State's Exhibit 95,
Additional cell phones.
State's Exhibit 96,
I believe, I'm not sure what the item is. But anything that was newly broken or appeared to be broken in the apartment, we collected.
State's Exhibit 97,
This was a bag, and inside the bag, it had unusual staining in it, so we collected it for testing.
State's Exhibit 98,
Photograph,
what is the photograph of?
a cat.
At the apartment, did you notice any photographs of anyone else at the apartment?
I don't remember photographs there.
Do you know if there were any photographs of Olivia anywhere?
I can't remember if there were photographs of her.
And State's Exhibit 99, can you tell me what that is?
I believe it's a box of DVDs and then a laptop that's sitting on top.
Now, after looking at the apartment, what was your impression of the apartment?
The apartment appeared clean, orderly, taken care of. There was no indication of any problems with the doors or the locks or anything like that.
Was there any indication that there could have been forced entry or anything like that?
There was not. The front door appeared intact with no problems.
Were there any signs of a struggle anywhere?
There were no signs of a struggle, even though there were broken pieces. Those broken pieces were all moved to the side, like somebody had already cleaned them up. So there were no signs of a struggle that just had happened.
You went out to the apartment and looked around. What else did you do on September 5th, 2017?
I also canvassed the apartments. I talked to neighbors, see if they heard anything, if they knew anything about the defendant and her child. I spoke with Detective Juarez about what the defendant had said. When I returned to the office, I too interviewed the defendant.
Let me break that down bit by bit. You said you canvassed the apartment. Who did you try to talk to at the apartment?
We knocked on the doors of the neighbors that shared the floor and the neighbors that were underneath to see who was there, if they had any information about the defendant and her child, not just that day, but anything they could tell us about the relationship, see if anybody else lived at the location, if they'd seen anybody else at the location, things like that.
And feel free to refresh your memory if you need to, but what all apartments did you go to try to talk to neighbors?
I know we went to apartments that were next to him. We went to apartments that were across, and we went to the apartment directly under.
And what information are you trying to get by speaking to other people in the apartment?
The first thing we wanted to know is if they heard anything then, when this incident happened, when she left the apartment to take Olivia to the substation, if there was a struggle, crying, anything that they saw that could have explained what happened to the child. And then from then, like I said, we want to know who else lives there. Have you seen anybody else there? Have you heard anything in the past? Have you noticed anything in the past? Have you seen the child with injuries before? Things like that.
And what apartments did you say you went to? Or
We went to 534, 536. And she lives in 535. So these are on the same floor around her. 537. And then below her would be 525. We did knock on some apartments. There were no answers. I left my contact information. So there's some people we didn't talk to. I was never contacted by.
do you remember who you spoke to that day? You were able to speak to?
Let's see. I spoke to. Oh, there were different things. I was not the only one out canvassing, so officers spoke to some of the neighbors. I specifically spoke to 536, which would be kitty corner, I guess, from her apartment. It wouldn't be directly across. It's directly across from 534.
Do you remember who you spoke to at 536?
Well, I spoke to Miss Maroof's daughter because Miss Maroof didn't speak English, so her daughter was translating for
Check the
us.
hearsay, Judge.
That'll be overruled, the fact that she spoke to her. If you're going to testify to what someone told you, you're not allowed to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody told her that she didn't speak English.
That will be overruled.
Who else did you speak with?
I spoke to the neighbor that was downstairs, Karen Martin. And her son, Nathan. And as I said, I left cards for other apartments at that time.
Did you end up getting a statement from Karen Martin?
I did.
Did you speak to Veronica Vasquez or Julia Santiago?
Another officer spoke to Miss Vasquez. And yes, I did speak to Julia Santiago. She was in 517.
When you said you canvassed the apartment, what did that entail?
We were knocking on the doors of the neighbors across and below, trying to reach anyone who was home at the time.
What else did you do on September 5th, 2017?
Like I said, I went back to the office. I spoke to the defendant. I arranged for one of the individuals who was at our Peru substation, that was SAPD, and helped the child initially. I arranged for her to come provide a statement at homicide. so that we could get her information on what she saw when Olivia was brought in.
That-
That was McCormick, Barbara McCormick.
Did you also take a statement from Jessica's mother that day?
After the defendant was released and we talked to her, we went to her mother's house, Aurora, her apartment, and we spoke to her.
Now, the neighbors that you spoke with, in speaking with them, were you able to gain any helpful information with regard to your investigation?
Some of the neighbors saw,
Objection, Judge. Hearsay.
It'll be sustained.
Without going into details, were you able to obtain some helpful information relating to your case?
yes,
And again, without going into details, in speaking with Jessica's mother, were you able to obtain some helpful details in relation to?
yes,
You said you spoke with the defendant.
I did.
Are we on 113?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 113. You recognize that?
Yes,
Can you tell me what that is?
this is part of the video of that initial interview
Okay.
with me and the defendant.
When you say part of the interview, what do you mean? What is the other part of the interview?
Is Detective Warris's portion of the interview.
And that is on a separate disc?
Yes,
And did you speak with the defendant right after Warren spoke with her?
yes.
At that point, was she under arrest?
She was detained for investigation.
And do you know if Warren had read her Miranda rights?
He did.
And she indicated she understood all those rights?
Yes,
And you've watched this. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation that took place?
yes, it is.
Does it appear, aside from being split from Warren's interview, to have been altered in any way?
No, it does not.
Judge, at this point, we would offer State's Exhibit 113 into evidence and ask to publish to the jury.
Could I take the witness on board, Dara, very briefly?
Yes.
Judge? Did you, I didn't hear what you said about there was a different part of the interview?
The interview is the original interview is contained on the same disc. That disc has it split. So Detective Warris's video portion of the video is not on that specific disc. But it was all the same time. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so Juarez, who we've already heard testify, his interview is just on a different disc. That's the interview the jury has already seen, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
I have no objection then to this.
State's Exhibit number 113 is admitted without objection.
And what was the number, please?
113.
113. Now, at the time that you interviewed the defendant, what all information had you gained about the case?
At that time, I knew what SVU had told me about their portion. I knew that Olivia was not doing well at the hospital and she had multiple injuries over various extremities on her body. I knew that at some point in that day, the defendant had left her alone, Olivia alone in the apartment.
Object to the hearsay, Judge.
That will be sustained.
And again, you'd already been out to the apartment, right?
I'd already been to the apartment and I already heard preliminary injuries.
And had you spoken with Detective Flores?
I had.
So why did you interview the defendant?
I wanted to ask her about some of the injuries. I wanted to ask her about some of the things in the apartment and about Olivia's history.
And why did you feel that it was important to gain information about those subjects?
When we're investigating an injury to child case, one of the main things we do is we establish who was with the child, where the child was, what the child was doing, if they have any kind of medical history, if there's been any recent traumas or accidents to explain anything. And the parent is the first person we're going to ask because they should know all those things.
Hi, I'm Detective Barnes. I'm looking into what happened with your daughter. Okay. So I have just a couple of questions and some information to give you. Because I know did you ever go to the hospital? With your daughter? Or you went to the hospital with her? Okay. 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 Right now, your daughter is on life support. She has injuries so severe that she's on life support. It's really left lung. I don't even know how that's possible.
I'm sorry, is there a way to? turn up the volume?
You know, knowing that, okay, she's got some pretty severe injuries that put her in that condition. Okay, and they're injuries that happen when you're around. So that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. Okay, and so far from what I've been told, you said that nothing's happened the past couple days. Nothing severe. No, we're talking about things that if they happen to her, she's gonna yell and scream, she's gonna be hurt. These aren't things that, you know, she bumped her head and, you know, you find a little bit and she's happy and she's back off the plane. Okay, these are severe, they're gonna change the way that she is talking, the way she's walking, the way she's moving, okay? This is happened on Monday and last night. What happened last night that was different, that changed her, whatever, walking, talking, whatever? What happened? She was fine, but I heard her, you know, scream like a screech. I thought she was upset because when I came back to the living room, she was sitting on the floor and I asked her what happened and what was wrong, and she didn't want to answer me. She just was really upset. I thought she was just upset and I don't know. But so I put her in her room. So that happened last night? Today's Tuesday. Yesterday's Monday. So like what time on Monday did that happen? The screen. That was like close to 8. We were going to go to the store. So I dressed her up and I told her to wait by the door. And then I went to go get some pants to mom to go out to the store, and that's what I heard, like a screech, like a scream. Mm-hmm. She didn't cry. After that, I just came back and she just was sitting there. And she didn't want to tell me what was wrong. She was grumpy and upset and I didn't know. You know, I heard she had, I don't know, kicked the table or knocked something down, but I didn't see anything knocked down. She was just sitting on the floor. Okay, I didn't think she, was the door open or closed? No, it was closed. I had no. Okay, so you said what time last night? It was after Mary morning, between close to 8. Okay, so close to 8 o'clock, she screamed. And what kind of scream? Her mom knows like the different scream, right? So what kind of scream, what category do you put that? It was alarming. Maybe you think she's seen something scaring her or something. So it was a scared scream. Yeah. Okay, so around 8 o'clock, she screams and you go check on her. And when you check on her, is she in the same spot she was in when you walked out of the room? Yeah, she's still there. She was sitting on the floor now, but she's like not lying on the floor, like she had fallen. I didn't see her. Okay. Did you, and when you asked her what happened, did she say anything hurt and was bothering her? She had a grumpy, pallid look on her face. When she fell on Friday out of the chair, she told me, I went over there, I did the same thing I went to, and I told her, and I asked her, I checked her to make sure she was okay, and she said, it hurt, the back of her head, so I put her some ice, and where on her head hurt? Can you point to it, where on her head? I mean, like here, she had a bump the next day. So the back left side? Yeah. Or just the very, very back? Kind of close to the very back, but a little. It was a little, I couldn't tell what she was pointing to make sure. I thought she had hit the side and then I was putting ice there and she said, asked if I felt better, she said no. And then I asked her where my head, where did I feel better? And she said, she pointed up there and that's where I put that. I put it and she said, she said it was better there. Over here. Okay, so it's back here. And she hit her head on what? On the floor. She fell out of the chair when she was trying to get up there. And I called out to her and I was just playing with her, but I guess she thought I was telling her wait to, not to get in the chair. And she just slid right back off it. And so on Friday, what time Friday? It was in the afternoon. I think it was that big of a deal that she seemed fine. Did her personality change at all after that? Not at first. She did seem, and my mom even said she seemed kind of quiet. She came to visit the next morning. She seemed really quiet. She did sleep a lot more. So since Friday, she slept more and she was quiet. Was that every day? So was that Saturday, Sunday, and Monday? Or was that just on Saturday? Saturday and Sunday a little bit because Monday and yesterday, that's when I started wondering if I could be worried because her eye got a little bit swollen too. I don't think she did her eye, but it just sometimes when she hits her head, it makes it a little swollen around her eye. And when did you notice the swelling around her eye? Saturday morning, because my mom said, what happened to the eye? And I looked at it, looked just like her eye was a little bit smaller than before. Did you see anything on her nose? No. Yeah, a bruise in her nose didn't have it. I didn't fell asleep on that last night. She didn't have a bruise on her nose last night? No, I didn't see it. Okay. What about her arms? Arms? Did you notice anything on her arms? She smashed her arm in the door when I was going on. That was where I think. Okay. Had it looked different this week? It was a little, it got a little bit red and a little bit swollen. But, I was checking it. Which arm? Her right arm. Okay. She didn't want to come, but I told her to leave her outlooker there on the chair, so we would go to the store, and she didn't want to come. She left him, so I was telling them to go in and start closing the door and, then she stuck her arm, I guess, to try to come, I didn't see that. And it closed and she yelled, so I opened it again, so I'm sorry. And that's when
So you said that,
Detective Barnes, or sorry, Sergeant Barnes, did you become aware of any injuries to the victim's arm?
Yes, the arm she's referring to is swollen.
And in your interview with the defendant, did she acknowledge that she knew about those injuries?
Yes, she did.
And how did she say they were caused?
She said she accidentally closed her daughter's arm in the front door.
that's the right arm, and that was Thursday or Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice anything on the other arm?
Detective Barnes.
I'm not, did you notice anything on her hand?
On her hand,
Mm-hmm.
and she got a scratch from the cat that I did when we were trying to pet them, but
So just like, where?
on her fingers.
On her fingers? Okay.
She's gotten scratched by them a couple of times, and they're not, they're not mean, it's just that sometimes they get,
They're out. Yeah, they're good. Okay, so scratches on the finger. What about on her hands other than her fingers? Anything else? Hands, wrists?
well, her right hand was swollen, like the whole arm, it was just swollen in the hand too.
So the whole right arm is swollen.
Yeah,
And it would have been swollen that whole time?
yeah, I mean, it got worse this morning, but I don't know, just because I was panicking and worried, you're right from the point where the door closed on her, there was swollen.
Okay. What about the other arm?
Nothing, swollen.
Nothing on the other arm. What about her feet? Anything on her feet?
Well, she's gotten, scratches from shoes that I put her before, but she did have a little, which foot it was, like a black bruise on the inside of her. It was her, I don't remember which foot. I didn't know where that came from either because she didn't have that
When did you see that?
this morning.
Okay. Anything else on her feet you noticed?
Just, I don't know, all the scratches that I can see before.
What about anything on her torso?
Her right side, it looked like it, she was getting a swollen. Because the belly was.
The right side of her belly looks swollen?
Well, I don't know if she was lying, but she threw up, so I didn't know how to speak up. It could be swollen.
What did you see? What did it look like?
It looked kind of yellowish and swollen. That's why.
On the left side of her abdomen? Or her chest?
On her abdomen, right side.
Okay.
I didn't see anything wrong with her chest. They said she had a collapsed lung, and I don't even know. I don't know.
And someone said that you, in the past have swung her around?
When I was dancing with her in the bathroom, she could see, but then I would, sometimes I hit her head on her head on the door frame, so I stopped doing that.
Okay. And when was the last time you did that?
More than a month ago, we were dancing bedroom last week too, and she fell there and she hit that frame. I think
Last week.
it was last week, my mom was it. No, I think it was a little longer.
Okay. That's why I brought, this in. So you can demonstrate how you swing her, because there's all kinds of swinging. And that's why I know this is a lot smaller than your little one, okay? But
Sergeant Barnes, what is it that you brought to the interview with you?
A doll.
Why did you bring the doll?
It's so she could demonstrate what she was saying, so we had a clear understanding of what she meant.
And why did you want her to demonstrate?
Because she was saying that she would swing her daughter in the bathroom and it would cause her daughter's head to hit the door frame, and that happened a couple times, or a few times before she decided not to do that anymore.
And you were in the bathrooms of the apartment?
Yes.
What did you think of that statement?
I thought it was,
Objection to relevance, Judge.
That'll be sustained.
If you can. Right, what do you mean by swinging? Or around? Like this, and then spinning around like that in the bathroom. Okay, so like her upper body is kind of loose a little. So if you're swinging her, that's the part that can move around. Is that what you mean? Yeah, it would not put her back and her legs, but I mean, yeah, I thought it was much older precedent. Okay. And that,
Sergeant Barnes, how large were the bathrooms in the apartment?
they were average sized bathrooms.
In your opinion, was there enough room to swing a child around like that?
It was a full size bathroom. But with the items contained in it, there wouldn't be a lot of room for that.
that's how she did it. Hit her head? Yeah. Okay, did you swing her any other way? Oh. Okay. When she gets in trouble, for any reason, how do you discipline her? Maybe I take away her stuffed animal and, you know, sometimes I even threaten to throw them away and I even put one of them in the trash, you know, when it wasn't dirty, so it didn't get dirty and I tell her throw it away. You physically discipline her? No, not since she was little, because sometimes if she, like, grabs something, you know, I don't want her to grab, like, when she came into the kitchen and she was, yeah, I thought she was gonna reach for the stove and I just smacked her hand. Okay. What if she doesn't want to come with you when you're trying to go other, you know, you're leaving a store or you're trying to leave a house and she doesn't want to come with you? What do you do then? I usually just wait, you know, and tell her I'm leaving and pretend I'm gonna go. And she had a real meltdown at the library one time because I wanted to get her book she got and she forgot where she put it. She caught me around with the frog and so I said, we're gonna leave them and have the book, and she started screaming and you know, I just waited there and, you know, I started trying to push her towards the book so she could see where it was. It was right in front of her, but she wasn't looking there. And she just started screaming and mom, and I tried to move her. So, and finally she saw it and she immediately, she was just happy again, like nothing happened. Okay, so you won't grab her to pull her along? I mean, most people do, like when you're ready to go somewhere, they're throwing a tantrum, you're ready to go somewhere. But that's not your stuff. We don't really have schedules, and we don't really have any place to be, so I mean, I'm not just gonna grab her. Like sometimes I carry her whenever we go, sometimes she's just in the stroller, so I don't even have to worry about it. But, the only time she really doesn't want to go somewhere is when we're at home and like what happened last night. Yeah, last night. No. You mean when you wanted to go to Valero? Yeah, and she didn't want to go? Well, because she got grumpy after I heard her scream, she didn't want to tell me what was wrong, so I thought, well, I guess then, you know, we're not gonna go, so I just put her back in the room, and I just went back and put my pants back, we didn't go there. That's usually what happens. So when she screamed and you put her in her room, does anything else happen that night? Last night? No, I went to go check on her after a couple of minutes, and when she was lying down, I thought she just fell asleep, so I just let her sleep. And then I was tired myself, so I just went and laid down and I fell asleep around 9 o'clock. And then I slept the whole night. I didn't really. When did you wake up this morning? 9:30. When you woke up, was she up? She was still laying asleep, So I decided to just, get let her sleep, and so she was ready to get up and just went to do some errands. Meaning you left, or you were doing errands inside that apartment? For about an hour, I was in the apartment, just folding clothes, cleaning the bathroom and stuff like that. But then I had to go get the money order for the rent. That's what we were going to do the day before. And I just decided to go while she was asleep, so that way it wouldn't be an issue anymore. And I know I shouldn't leave her. I'm not supposed to leave her, but I mean, she's always a good kid. She doesn't. She doesn't get in trouble, she doesn't go into things, she always leaves me. She has to go to the potty and taught her, just goes to the potty by herself. How long are you done? Maybe 10 minutes, not even just enough to go get the money and run back. Is it not?
Sergeant Barnes, how long did the defendant say she was gone for?
She said 10 minutes.
For her to sleep at 9:30? So usually, sometimes even for 11 o'clock, so I didn't think anything of it. When's the last time she ate? Yesterday, and yesterday. Sunday. Yesterday was Monday, and the day before Sunday. Today is Wednesday. This morning, or this afternoon. And we watched the movie, 6 o'clock. PM? Yeah, we never possibly could. Okay. So when is it today that you noticed the issue, the problem? When she threw up this morning when I came back from the store and I checked she was still asleep. I had to go, just get more clothes to put away. And I heard her, throwing up. That's happened once before, and she was asleep, and she just started throwing up, and then I went in there, and she told me, I thought she had thrown up, but this time I went, and she was throwing up. But why was she throwing up? Where was she throwing up? On the bed, and she was trying to get thrown up on her shirt, and on the blanket, and so I went to go get a plastic bowl that we had there. But I was going to go and see if I could catch some of, really get all over her anymore. And then I asked her if she'd feel me sleeping, but what happened? She was sick, and then she didn't answer, but she was still sick and weird. And she was just tired and she's sick, so I figured I'm going to, get her dressed and take her to the doctor. Because what time was this, Alex? Close to 11. Okay. You don't want to call EMS? I didn't know where my phone was. I just wanted to get out of there and get her out. Besides throwing up, what else did she do? At that point, I only noticed. After I got her dressed, they couldn't wake her up, like you said, and then I was trying to wake her up, and I shook her a little bit to see if she would wake up, and she didn't, and that's when I said, I'm gonna take her to the hospital. And then as I was walking to the bus stop carrying her, she started getting heavier and heavier, and she was getting moving. And then all of a sudden I could hear her breathing, and she was like she couldn't breathe, like she was having trouble breathing, and that's when I started panicking. Just didn't know. I didn't know what to do, so I didn't know to ask somebody. I didn't know when to wait for the bus, and I just asked somebody to take us to the hospital, but the police station was right there, so I knew they could do something. So they carried her there as fast as they could, and I didn't think I was gonna make it, And just stop and ask someone to help. And I figured if anyone could help her, they could. Because at that point, I looked at her eye, you were feeling. It was moving. Her mouth was open and I didn't know what was going on. So is anybody else taking care of her? My mom comes sometimes right now. If your mom comes, are you still there? Or she watches and you leave? I don't know. She just comes to visit. So you're always there when your mom's in? I usually, yeah, I mean, I told the other guy that this Saturday when she came, I went to go take a carpet that I was gonna throw out, so she stayed there watching. While you went to the trash? Yeah, she took her out the carpet. Oh, so we're talking like minutes or we're talking hours? No, 5 minutes. Okay, and that's the only time recently that someone else has watched her? I mean, what do you think happened there? This morning. How did you take her this morning? I grabbed her arm and tried to lift her up to see if she would up. Can you show me in here how you shook her this morning? Do it slower, it's okay. I just like that. See if he was awake. Okay. She didn't come. Okay.
Sergeant Barnes, what did, for the record, did the defendant just demonstrate doing to the dog?
How she shook Olivia in the morning to try and get her to wake up.
Can you grab, or can you describe that?
Objection, Judge. The jury can see it for themselves.
All right, that will be sustained.
Looking into what happened with your daughter. Okay. So I have just a couple of questions and some information to give you. Because I know did you ever go to the hospital? You went to the hospital with her? Okay.
Sorry.
Is this before or after she threw up? That's after she threw up. Okay. Did you do anything else besides check her to check that? I just put them, picked her up and then I tried to carry her to the bus stop. Did you shake her last night at all? No, she seemed fine last night, that's why I didn't. Okay. Do you think of what else do you think happened to her besides the shaking? I mean, she's got a lot of things going on that are wrong with her. You're the key to it all. I don't even know how her lungs. I mean, I didn't. So you sit on her? I mean, once a while. No, we're talking in recent, like the last few days. Did you sit on her? No. Did you fall on her? No, no. Did you jump on her? No. I mean, when I was sitting in the chair, we sit in the same chair, I sit next to her there. She kind of gets squashed in there, but I mean, I don't think that's that bad. But I mean, like, if she's sitting in the chair, do you go jump on the chair and jump on her? I mean, I sat on her once, did you? How long ago was that? Couple of weeks. No, we're talking in recent history right now. No. No, I sat on her arm when she was sitting there. Did you kick her? No. Okay. Did you push her? I did. I was pushing her once when I was trying to get her to the bathroom. Pushed her too fast, and she fell forward, but you know she caught herself on her hand. Okay, so she didn't hit anything. No, I don't think she did. She did kind of cry a little bit. Okay. Because I mean, any child that's on life support because they have injuries, they're severe. It's not something that's overlooked. Okay, I think you're leaving something out that you just maybe don't want to tell me. But she's so bad that something else has to breathe for her. That's bad. anything like that happened. And I think in the past week, you know, that she had a bad injury before, that like I said, when she had to get stitches and
But nothing recently.
no, that's why I can't.
Okay. As it stands right now, she is in CPS custody. Okay. So CPS is going to work with you to be able to see her for making medical decisions and things like that.
This is what I'm not sure. I don't know if she's gonna be okay, it doesn't matter to me where she is, just as long as she's gonna be okay.
I don't think she's gonna be okay. She's in a very, very, very bad condition. And that's why CPS is taking custody of her. Okay? And I'm telling you this because that means you can't go see her without an escort.
It was fine, it wouldn't matter to me.
Okay. And, she's gonna get evaluated in the morning by other doctors and things like that. So the CPS workers will talk to you about setting up a time so they can do that, so you can make medical decisions and stuff. She has a lot of injuries. A lot of injuries.
It's just, it is now,
What do you mean from just now?
or I mean, I don't know how. She's, like I said, you got injured before, but those are times that I thought was more serious, that she would have been hurt. Those are times when I panicked, you know, and she ended up being just fine. And so when she hit her head, I didn't think anything of it.
Sergeant Barnes, in your interview with the defendant, did she seem to acknowledge or be aware of previous serious injuries on the victim?
Yes,
You're talking about on Friday? When she hit her head, or she hit her head since then?
I think she might have hit just, yeah,
Last night?
because that's why I was gonna take her to a doctor, because she was throwing up and she had that bruise on her nose. It wasn't there last night.
Okay.
No, she did, I don't know how she would hit her nose. She would hit her nose on, but
What did she hit her head on last night?
I didn't see that. That's when I went to go get my pants in the living room, and that's when I heard her scream. And that's when I came back, and she was just sitting on the floor. And she didn't want to talk, she didn't want to tell me.
Then how do you know she hit her head?
I don't know, I mean, she had that bruise, and I don't know how she would have gotten it.
So you came out after she screamed and she had a new, pretty good injury. I mean, it's noticeable.
I didn't see it when I came back, so when I checked on her, I didn't
But last night she started throwing up and she had the bruise.
know this morning. I didn't see the bruise until this morning, she didn't come up until this morning.
Okay. But I thought you said last night she hit her head, because when you came back out, after she screamed, she had the bruise, so you knew she hit her head.
No, she didn't. She had the bruise this morning, and that's what I figured she might have hit her head. And that's at some point. I don't know. I don't know if she would just said, but I don't know any other time she would hit her head. I don't know.
So, I feel like you're leaving something out from yesterday. I feel like something else happened yesterday that you haven't remembered or you haven't told me.
No, it was great. It was a good day. All we did was stay. We watched the movie and we were leftovers. A really good day. I thought I was gonna take her, you know, get her dressed and take her to the store. And she was in a good mood and, you know,
But then she didn't want to go to the store.
Oh, because she was drunk and she probably did want to go, but she was upset about something and I didn't know what. She didn't want to tell me, so I decided, that we're not going if you're not gonna tell me. So I just put her in her room so she could, time out, but she just fell asleep soon.
Was there something in that room she could hit her head on? I mean, she's 4, right? So at this point, I mean, she's walking good and she's not wobbling on her feet and stuff, right?
Sometimes she does.
Sometimes she's wobbly.
I don't know if it's because she never walks, she never really gets, she's always sitting in a chair, because ever since we moved to this apartment, she didn't like to run around on the floor because she fell, the first time, and it was too slippery and the floor was hard. And so she just doesn't run and play anymore, and her legs, it's been a year, she was getting enough exercise and strength, so she.
So there's something in the living room she could hit her head on? I mean, you would notice if something was out of place, right?
There's a couple of things. Boxes that I have,
Like cardboard boxes?
this part of the boxes.
Maybe it is a cardboard box, it's not too solid.
Her toy car, a big, screen. I don't know if I have, I just moved everything around and a couple of days ago. Oh, reorient it down, I used to.
How did the table break?
The coffee table. A long time ago, the screws would always come loose in the bottom, and I usually tighten them, but I didn't have time. I was trying to push it, slide it over, but I didn't pick it up, and the legs just buckled under. It fell, it just broke. And I tried to put it back together, but and apart, I could attach it walking.
Why didn't you get rid of the legs or,
There, it's my friend's table. She gave it to me to watch over, and I felt guilty, and I wanted to ask her first what she wanted. She wanted me to try to glue it. Didn't just want to throw it out without asking her. The couch, that table, and the end table are all hers. She hasn't really been there. She's been by it years, but I don't get rid of something.
why didn't you just put the legs away? Why would you?
Well, recently, so
Why did it break?
No.
Sergeant Barnes, in your interview, when did the defendant say the coffee table broke?
She said a while ago and then she said 2 weeks ago.
Can you remember anything else happening yesterday? Well, like I said, as of this moment, you're not able to see your daughter unless CPS is there. Okay, and that's, how it's gonna be, because right now they're taking custody until their investigation. Okay? Right, that's what I'm talking about. Okay? So I just want to prepare you for that. I don't want you to think that you're going to do something right up to your daughter, because at this moment, that's not going to happen. okay, I didn't get her. Well, I mean, I don't know how much you might be able to get information from the doctors. I don't know if they know tonight. They'll probably know more tomorrow. But that's all information that you can get from them. I'm not a doctor. Okay, anything else you need to tell me? This is gonna be a continuing investigation, because like I said, her injuries are severe, and you need to find out what happened to her. Okay, so we'll probably be speaking again at some point. When we get more information. So I just wanna let you know that. I'll get you my card so you have it in case you need to talk to me. Okay? And then we have the officers, get you out of here. You have anything you can ask me or tell me right now? Awesome. I don't know, do that, okay, I'm supposed to go back home. Well, I guess, I don't, the DPS worker is here, so you can discuss those kind of matters with her about getting that kind of information that's outside of my realm, okay? Thank you. Yes, they're in the building. Something, okay. We'll be here just a minute, let me get them all ready to go, okay?
Stopping for the record at 2042. Sergeant Barnes, after you spoke with Jessica that day, you didn't arrest her, is that correct?
Correct.
And why is that?
We didn't have the full medical evaluation to know what the injuries specifically were, what could have caused them. So we didn't have enough information yet of how Olivia reached the state she was in.
And was your investigation still ongoing?
Yes,
So was there anything else that you did on September 5th, 2017 with regard to your investigation?
I did contact the doctor at the hospital, Dr. Norat, to see if they had done their evaluation. They do one that's a forensic medical evaluation. They hadn't done it yet, so there were no findings. I went with Detective Juarez to the defendant's mother's house, who's Aurora, and spoke to her about what she knew. And the SVU detectives that started were assisting. They went and collected information about the money order and the timing of the money order and things like that. I believe on the 5th, I also spoke to the manager of the apartment complex about her rent payment to see if she came in, if Olivia was with her. Olivia was not with her.
Object to the hearsay, Judge.
Sustained.
In speaking with the apartment manager, who was that?
Let me find her. Joni Faircloth.
And was she able to provide information to you that was helpful to your investigation?
Yes, she was.
Did you speak with anyone else that day?
I also talked to CPS, the CPS investigator.
Do you remember who you spoke with from CPS?
Lindsay Burton.
Did you check any businesses around the area that day?
I believe that was the following day that I started looking for video. The only video that I worked with on this particular day, one of the downstairs neighbors, Nathan, provided his cell phone that had video of what he heard in the apartment downstairs.
From your memory, is there anything else that you did on September 5th with regard to this investigation?
Not that I recall.
Now what about the next day, September 6th, 2017?
The next day, I took a statement from the downstairs neighbors about what they remember hearing in the apartments.
And then who were those neighbors?
Nathan was one of them who provided a cell phone, and his mom is Karen Martin.
And did they provide you with helpful information?
They did.
Who else did you talk to that day?
That's the day that I canvassed the area for video, so I went back out to the complex and went along the route that the defendant would have taken to walk Olivia to the Peru substation so I could get video from different businesses. So I talked to multiple businesses looking for any video that would show her walking Olivia all the way to the Peru substation.
And what businesses did you talk to?
I talked to, there's a strip mall that's right outside the apartment complex. So I talked to multiple businesses in there. I talked to, there's a Bush's Chicken. I talked to a gas station that she would have walked across on her way to the Peru substation. We got video, of course, from our own substation showing her come in. And also the Marriott, which is another location she would have passed on the way.
Were you able to obtain video or pictures from any locations?
Yes, we got video from multiple locations.
And what were those locations that you got video from?
We got video from the gas station, which shows her carrying Olivia through the parking lot of the gas station. We got video from one of the businesses that was on Hebner, which was Bush's Chicken, where you can see her walking down the sidewalk, carrying her. We got some from our substation.
Were you able to determine the route that the defendant carried Olivia that day?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the map of the area from the apartment complex all the way to the Peru substation.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate depiction of the area?
Yes,
Okay. Does it show the businesses at the area at the time?
yes.
Karen, at this time, it offers State's Exhibit 114.
No objection, Judge.
States Exhibit 114 is admitted without objection.
And that's published.
Granted.
Sergeant Barnes, can you point out on your screen where the defendant's apartment complex?
It's the Chisholm Trace.
If you press harder on this.
Oh.
It should, yes.
Does that work? There you go. Can we circle it?
Yes, please. And what is the route that you took to get to the Peru substation?
She would have went down Hebner Road. Past the Bush's Chicken. And then cut through, this is the quick stop to get back on and come around Peru.
And where's the Peru substation?
Peru substation is right here.
Do you know approximately how far that distance is?
It's about a half mile.
Did you speak with anyone from the Valero?
The quick stuff?
Sorry, the Bolero where she purchased for money order.
Oh.
It's not on that map.
Right, it's on the other side. Yes, I contacted them about their camera system also.
And were they able to provide you with a video showing the defendant that morning?
They did.
And what was that a video of?
That was a video of the defendant coming in to buy the money order by herself.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 115 and 116. Can you tell me what those are photos of?
They're photos of the defendant at that Bolero.
And are those true and accurate depictions of still shots from that video?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer States Exhibit 115 and 116 into evidence.
Who approached Judge?
Yes. One 15 and 116 are admitted.
And is that objection was overruled, Judge?
Yes, objection overruled.
Thank
Showing you, showing you States Exhibit 115. Is this a still shot from that footage you obtained from the Bolero?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what was the timestamp?
10:31.
States Exhibit 116?
Another still shot from that same Bolero at 10:37 on 9/5 of 17.
And who is in that photograph?
That is the defendant.
So what else did you do on September 6th, 2017?
I talked to another one of the neighbors that lives across from the defendant, Zaid Amana, about what he knew about her.
And was he able to provide you with information?
He was.
Who else did you speak with that day?
I spoke with the CPS investigator again. And that day I got to speak with Detective Norat about the examination of Olivia.
And did you learn anything about Olivia's condition that day?
He was compiling his findings at the time, but she had significant head trauma.
Object to the hearsay, Judge.
That'll be sustained.
Was there anyone else you spoke with on September 6th?
I spoke with a doctor at the hospital who notified me that Olivia was.
Object to the hearsay, Judge.
Sustained.
Who did you speak with at the hospital?
Dr. Sabrina Carrillo.
Did you take any other steps in your investigation on September 6th, 2017?
Yes, I spoke with the medical examiner's office because Olivia was pronounced dead at the hospital.
What did you do with regard to your investigation on September 7th?
I attended the autopsy of Olivia.
And who conducted the autopsy of Olivia?
Dr. Feig.
Do you remember if anyone else was present at the autopsy?
I do not remember.
Were you there for the entire autopsy?
I was there once they were ready to put it bluntly, cut into Olivia.
Apologize, I'm just marking some exhibits.
Does anyone need a break? And Mr. Foley and Miss Mitchell, if you all could approach.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 117 through 144. Can you tell me what those are photographs of?
These are photographs of Olivia's autopsy.
And are those true and accurate depictions of how Olivia appeared in her autopsy?
Yes.
Can you tell me your observations during that autopsy?
Olivia had multiple injuries. They had shaven her head, so you could see her scalp. There was a lot of scarring on her scalp. There were injuries to her arm. There were injuries on her abdomen. There were injuries to her face, the bridge of her nose. There were injuries on her hands. There were injuries on her feet, and there was a lot of scarring, small scarring all over her body.
Were there injuries to Olivia that you were not aware of until you attended the autopsy?
Yeah, the scarring on her head, I was not aware of until they shaved her head.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibit 117 through 144 into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
All right, states exhibits numbers 117 through 144 are admitted without objection.
I would ask the court to instruct the jury to prepare them that all autopsies are gruesome.
And Judge, I'm fine with that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, states exhibits 117 and 144 are the autopsy photos of the complainant.
Nate, do you want to prepare the courtroom for the graphic nature of some of these photos?
And if anyone needs a break, just let us know.
Sergeant Barnes, can you tell me what State's Exhibit 135?
This is the side of Olivia's face.
What observations, if any, did you make about the side of Olivia's face?
You can see the multiple areas of scarring on the head, the forehead, and the chin. I believe that also shows the discoloration around her eye.
Do you notice anything about her neck area?
I can't see much on this photo with that.
I'll tend it to you so you can look at it closer up.
And Mr. Foley, if you need to, Mr. Foley,
I'm
if you
sorry.
need to move around, you can move around.
I'm good. Thank you, Judge.
Are we, you're talking about?
Yes.
There's small marks on her neck that are hard to see in the shadow.
Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, I'm referring to the small marks that are here. Can I circle it?
Showing you State's Exhibit 138. Can you tell me what that's a picture of?
This is Olivia's scalp and the scars that I was referring to.
Your Honor, may I-
Oh. Does anyone need a break? Let us see.
Judge, I think the
I
judge
think
is
somebody-
ready to break.
Indicated they do.
All right, so we're gonna take a break and we'll come back at 12:30. So remember what I said, do not to discuss, don't speak to anyone about this, don't do any investigation, okay, everyone? All right, everyone. Everyone, please be seated. And state, you are on direct.
Sergeant Barnes, I'm just gonna show you a couple more pictures of the autopsy. So previously been admitted. And again, I apologize to. It's exhibit 130.
This is again, Olivia's scalp showing the various scars.
States exhibit 136.
The same.
States exhibit 137.
The same.
Sergeant Barnes, what did you do after you attended the autopsy?
When I attended the autopsy, I spoke with Dr. Feig. I explained to him that I collected a bar that had angles similar to the wounds on the scalp that you could see. And I asked him if I could bring that bar in and compare it to the scars that you can see on the scalp. And he said that was fine.
Was there anything that stood out to you about the scars that you observed on the victim's scalp?
A few things stood out. One, just the sheer number of them is unusual for anybody's scalp, an adult scalp. I don't expect to see that, let alone a 4-year-old. And also the angles, like I said, you can see in those scars that they had a specific angle to them on some of them. So that was new information, and that was something that I want to compare to that bar because that was the only thing I could think of at the crime scene that could potentially make something like that.
And did you and Dr. Feig look at the scars with the metal bracket?
Yes, the following day, I collected the bracket from our property room where it was held as evidence, and I brought it into the medical examiner's office. Where we took it out and we compared it to the scars, and Dr. Feig took photographs of that, including measurements.
Showing you what's been marked as states exhibit 145 through 143. Can you tell me what those are photographs of?
Excuse me, you said 145 through?
Through 153.
You said 145 to 153?
Yes.
These are the photographs that I was referring to, showing the scars and the bar together, and also including measurements, which we call scale. It's a ruler in the images.
And are those fair and accurate depictions from you and Dr. Feig looking at the bracket, looking at the victim's scalp and taking measurements of the bracket?
They are.
And did the bracket appear to match up with any scars?
It did.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer states exhibit 145 to 153 into evidence.
No objection, Chair.
All right, states exhibits 145 through 153 is admitted without objection.
And I just want to prepare the courtroom for the graphic nature of these photos. States exhibit 145. Can you tell me about the photo?
That's the photo of Olivia's scalp and one of the scars in relation to that bar that was collected out of the defendant's apartment.
States exhibit 146.
It's a different angle of that same image.
State's Exhibit 147.
I would have to look closer, but I think that's a different scar that it was compared to. It's not the original scar. The same.
State's Exhibit 148.
Also lining them up with the scars that are found on her head.
State's Exhibit 149.
This is the scale I was talking about that shows the measurement of those scars and how long one side is.
State's Exhibit 150.
This is the same measuring a different scar.
State's Exhibit 151.
This is the scale that shows the measurement of the bracket on the edge that was lined up against the scalp.
State's Exhibit 152.
This is showing the angle with the scale.
And State's Exhibit 153.
And this is the measurement of the other edge that was lined up with the scalp.
Now, when you were looking at the bracket compared to some of these scars and taking measurements, what was your finding?
When I was looking at the bracket lined up to the scars, the area appeared to match perfectly when it came to the angle and the length of the scars that we found on her scalp, at least some of the scars.
Did you ask the crime lab to do any further testing with regard to the bracket?
Part of the lab has tool marking examination. I was told that they don't do that on soft tissue, so I did attempt to get that kind of examination. Other than that, I had our CSI swab the bracket to see if there's any kind of DNA or anything like that on it, and I sent that to the lab.
And just for the jury, what does soft tissue mean?
Soft tissue would be your skin, muscle, things like that. Bone would be hard tissue where they could use a tool.
Did you do anything else that day with regard to your investigation?
On the 8th, no.
What was the next step of your investigation?
On the 11th, I went over our CSI photographs, the one that you saw earlier. I wanted to see the injuries. I was not there at the hospital, so I looked at the injuries in the photographs that were taken by CSI. I also looked at the photographs from the apartment. I got a search warrant for the defendant's phone for any kind of evidence on the phone. I provided the crime scene photos and images I had of Olivia from prior to when she arrived at the Emmy's office to the medical examiner upon request. I spoke with the Quick Stop about getting video. That was the location she walked through while she was carrying Olivia to the crew substation. And I also spoke with Dr. Norat, who did the forensic medical examination at the hospital of Olivia about his findings, and he provided his findings.
And with regard to the apartment, did you do any more investigation with regard to the floor in the apartment?
When I was reviewing the CSI photos, I was looking at the floor to see what kind of flooring was at the apartment.
And why were you looking to see what kind of flooring was at the apartment?
Because the defendant told me that Olivia had fallen and hit the back of her head and fallen from a chair. There's a difference with flooring on kinds of injuries you can get. So if you fall on carpet, you're not going to get as bad of a bump or a bruise as if you fell on tile floor. And then laminate floor is relatively soft, so it falls in between. So I wanted to make sure I knew what kind of floor she was saying she fell onto.
What was the next step in your investigation?
On September 12th, I went to the defendant's mother's apartment to speak with the defendant again. I knew she had been staying there. When we got to the apartment, we asked if she would come talk to us back at the homicide office. She agreed with her mother, and we transported him back and I interviewed the defendant again.
Um, When you took the defendant to the station, was she handcuffed?
No, she was not.
Did you explain to her that she was not under arrest?
I did.
Did you explain to her that she was free to leave?
Yes, I explained to her that the statement would be voluntary. She could leave at any time she wanted. She could stop talking to me anytime. But I did explain to her that we were giving her a ride, so we would have to give her a ride back and that she would have to be escorted.
And why do you escort people out of the station?
Our headquarters building is locked. So to be able to get through all the doors, you would need an escort.
And did she agree to talk to you?
She did.
How did you record that interview?
It was recorded on DVD in one of our interview rooms in homicide.
At the homicide office, are there any signs anywhere that you're being recorded?
I believe the signs are when you're walking into the building. Also, when you're walking through doors, we have signs saying interviews in progress. So yes, if you're looking around, you're going to see signs in various places.
And was defendant arrested after this interview?
She was not.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the interview from that day, September 12th.
And how do you know that's that same interview?
It has my initials on it.
Was it recorded on a device capable of making an accurate recording?
It was.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
And is it an accurate depiction of the conversation that took place with you and the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd offer State's Exhibit 154 into evidence pending any objection from defense counsel.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 154 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish to the jury judge.
Granted.
Bless you.
Right, for the record, I'm gonna skip ahead a couple minutes.
Object to the cherry picking, Judge.
All right, just one moment, please. If you could pause that. All right, with regards to the defense's objection, that will be overruled. The court will note for the record that states exhibit number 54 is in 154 is in evidence.
And also object on the best evidence rule, Judge, rules 106 and 107.
All right, that will be,
The entire video be played for the jury.
all right, that will be overruled. And for the record, states exhibit number 151 has been admitted into evidence without objection. States, you may proceed.
Okay. Water? Okay. I'm gonna go get your water, then I'll come right back. Do you have anything in your pocket? Okay, can you stay there real quick? Let me. Just wanna make sure there's no sharp things. Okay, thank you. Have a seat. I'm gonna go get your water.
I'm gonna skip ahead just a little bit to save time to 10:48:23.
Object, Judge, to the cherry picking.
All right, objection will be overruled. The court will note for the
Judge,
record.
I specifically on this, I'm sorry, pause it for a second, specifically on this, they have tried to parade to this jury for the last 3-4 days that Ms. Briones was calm and unfeeling and had no
All right,
emotions.
so
And
Mr.
now, when the jury is getting an opportunity to see that, it's being
Mr.
edited out.
All right, so Mr. Foley, states exhibit number 154 has been admitted in its entirety without objection. The court will overrule the objection. The court will note for the record that states exhibit number 154 has been admitted.
But Judge, again, under Rule 106 and 107, I think the jury is entitled to see it at the same time.
Judge, defense is welcome to do his examination however he wants. The entire thing's in evidence. I'm just trying to save everyone some time.
So the court has made its ruling, and that ruling is the objection is overruled. States exhibit number 154 has been admitted into its entirety.
Exactly. You understand what I told you though, right? That you're free to leave anytime you want. You understand that? Okay, but I'm talking about today. Where? Today we're here to talk about Olivia. Okay? Olivia and, doctor's appointments and things like that. Okay? We're gonna go over some things that the doctor said and stuff like that. Has any doctor talked to you about Olivia? They said different things? Okay. Do you remember what any of them said? Okay. Do you remember what they said about any injuries or anything like that? Okay. Is that what they told you? Yeah? Okay. Talk to me about Olivia and how she acted. Was she a good girl? Was she active? Tell me about her.
Judge, can we approach first?
Yes.
And frustrated that he was always, I know him always a good girl and you understood. What was it that she understood? When you said she understood, what was she understanding? Something, you know. Smart and poor. Okay. What about, did she have a favorite game? She loves to dance. Okay. What kind of dancing? Like how did she dance? Okay. Did she spin the music or? Yeah. Does she have a favorite type of music? Taylor Swift? Okay. Okay. Does she like music and she likes dancing? What else did she like to do? Does she love reading? What else does she love to do? And so, and everything he liked to watch everything that I watch. Okay. You know, we like, they do the lighting in her house. Oh, the Today Show? Okay. The weather guy? What about, did she like any kind of sport or a playground or anything like that? She liked the playground? Did she go to the playground a lot? Yeah. Okay. Okay. When's the last time you took her to the playground? What about sports? Nothing like that? She very active? Like, just like to run around and stuff, or was it just the dance?
He's like running around all over different flags, but when we looked at the new apartment, the student in the light, so even we got there and he wouldn't run. And I was so bad, I put her in the chair all the time because I don't want her to fall. She's never cares anymore.
How long have you been in that apartment after all the changes?
Years.
So she stopped doing all the dancing, and running that year?
Sometimes I would take her back and look at it because she could dance in there with his carpet. But, you know, so I keep an eye on her, so she wouldn't get too close to the bed. She hit her head on that one side, but it was really so bad. And it was hard and hurt. And oh, and I wanted to hit her head. Make sure she was not clear.
Okay. Did you have a pediatrician for her?
Yeah. She used to go to the clinic right up the street, and I wanted her to have a regular doctor, but the one that I first picked, he left, and he only doesn't see her one time, and I just take her to another doctor that line, and then he left.
Do you know their names or no?
And then the first one is Dr. I know you.
What is it?
I know you.
Can you spell it or?
A. You.
Okay. And was that at a specific place? You mentioned a clinic. At that clinic? What doctor's office is that? You know where it is? It's on Beaver? Is it a pediatric clinic or is it all stuff? Okay. And the other doctor? Was that also at that clinic? Okay. Okay. So when did you go take her to Dr. Angioli? Only one visit? How did that visit go? Shots and everything? Did she get vaccinations? Yeah? Okay.
So last time, no, I didn't take her record and for that, and then they told me to bring them back the next time. But they didn't put it in the record, and so I lost track. I didn't know which one she had, condition she had.
Okay.
I couldn't remember which the last one she got, and they didn't put it, but she did get one.
Okay, so Dr. Angioli went to 15 to 18 months. When did you see the one that doctor, something that starts with a D? When did you see that doctor?
That was her next. And then she got to do
18 months? Okay, any problems with that appointment?
no.
Did she get vaccinated then, or that's what you're talking about? She didn't? Did you take it up? With the record? So at 18 months, you took her, and then I'm assuming the booster was only like a little bit later, or was it a long time later? A week later? Okay, so after 18 months, we had those visits. When's the next one?
I didn't take the first checkup after that. When I walked out, they always schedule me for the next checkup, but I forgot to schedule for them.
Okay.
And I decided to take her again
are you another doctor that you have a regular doctor and, okay. So at 18 months is her last doctor checkup visit. Okay, what about other doctor visits because of anything else, illness, injury, anything like that? Has she had any of those? Right, it's fine. So over a year ago?
All right, I'm gonna pause at 11:26. Right. Sergeant Barnes, I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as state secret at 40. Is this the computer that you guys recovered from the apartment?
Yes,
Did you guys recover any other laptops or computers from the apartment?
not that I'm aware of.
I took her. When I woke up, I took her to the clinic and they got mad at me and waited so long to bring their hand that I didn't know. I stayed up with her to make sure. I remember all of the time. Make sure they would deliver home clean. Okay. Okay. Do you remember how old she was when that happened? Okay. Any other visits like that or injury or illness? I have to. And I think I put it in the city. And when it's medical center and the doctor is telling me, you know, my kids are. Yeah, I thought it was more scary, so it happens all the time. Kids are their head in the air, you bleed a lot, they're not scared, and, you know, kids are just like, every night I heard. I went to the library, I had a piece of laptop again, I was trying to set it up. And I was trying to take it in Wi-Fi, and I took it to the library, and I was trying to set it up, and when I came back, I was trying to put her down at the top of the stairs, because I had it in my bag, and then whenever I put it down, my bag sometimes slipped and hit her in the face, and I didn't want to hit her in the face. And it was heavy. So I put her down, and didn't want to let go of the way that inside the door. I opened the door and I tried to put her in. I got the door as quickly as I could and just get up before I could hit her, but it knocked her down, and he started crying. I remember I had time about it, bike moment with him. So 2 weeks of my drinking from water was broken. And I left beside the door, and I should have it, but I forgot. And I didn't really was there, like, they turned on the light and see. And then okay, so over a year ago. Okay, that's kind of, I didn't even wait, I didn't, you know, I put it on when it was late, night, and you get that.
I didn't wait up to get on her, and I took the last one. I wanted to rush her there. Any other ones you can remember? Besides those two? Has she been sick at all? Not really, no. One. You mean like a cold or the flu or something worse? Like, you know, okay. How long ago was that? Okay, and I was gonna be very medicine, you know, and it went away. Any other illnesses? Has she ever been diagnosed with anything? No? Okay. And any other injuries that you've learned after? Why did she knock out her? And I put it down in the pile, and I pushed her. She registered to the potty. Later.
Sergeant Barnes, how does the defendant tell you that Olivia first chipped her teeth?
She pushed her into the bathroom because she was urinating and she slipped and fell and hit her teeth on the tub.
And they were bleeding, and I couldn't tell them. And I figured, oh yeah, you know, he had a disappointment, but because there's nothing we can do to fix it. I said, oh, so it's not me. They have to check up and you know, maybe you might, fall down and stuff. Okay, so she took 13. Okay, the same day, I exchanged the photos. Then I shot the part of the spot online, and I remember this was being made. I have invented. He mentioned side by side and side the chest, where I had to find the paper. I don't want to put them on board, they were, they had shown, you know, like this. Down the aisle, so I could hold it up there, you know, and kind of hold her in one arm and put it on top of it, and kind of hold her in one arm and trying to take with the other, because you know, sideways like that, in some time we just split and they're between the space and benches and taking again and right, same place that we went. They her team before. Okay. Because we guys, you know, be careful. I mean, you but even not so bad, you know, I thought I didn't get myself and you know what didn't I not even know because you know we looked at them and I you know I didn't tell them he didn't know no tell me next time. But then you must later but she liked it, skateboard. you know, like vitamins. I never had to, you know, like sit on it and rock back and forth, but get that on the back. And you know, the part where you put the foot, get that on the back and it flips it up and you get it right in the face. It's kind of being so much, I called you, but then I couldn't, I wasn't wanting to get her in there and then you got her in, and so the next day, we got her in, and yes, we yes, and
Sergeant Barnes, as part of your investigation, did you review Detective Juarez's interview with the defendant?
Yes,
How did the defendant tell you that Olivia lost her first tooth?
she said a skateboard hit her in the face.
Was that the same or a different account from what she told Detective Juarez?
Different.
he took x-rays, and, you know, he told me, what is this, when he told me, I think he told me that, I heard somebody told me because, I know he said that it did, you know, I and somebody told me the first time because, you know, they, he gave me some, he told me, but then, you just like, she was really happy and she fell and she somehow she hit her mouth right on the, it had the cushion there all over and that's right on the leg on the bottom, that little wooden her leg. And the front part, it was not, you know, it was not sharp. She somehow managed to fall and hit her mouth right there. And her other teeth, oh my God, she got up and it was twisted, front teeth, and I panicked again and I called the damn again, but I knew the thing giving you and nobody, I couldn't get a hold of anybody and they called.
Sergeant Barnes, how did the defendant tell you Olivia lost her second tooth?
She said she was running around, fell and slipped and hit the leg of a cushioned chair.
And was that the same or a different account as to what she gave Detective Juarez?
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
That'll be overruled.
Different.
And how old did she say Olivia was when she lost these teeth?
I don't remember.
So this is all, it started 2 weeks before she turned 2, and the other time was when she did 2.
Yeah, this was
All the same year.
Yeah. We will make sure we can get that it's gonna happen.
Does he have any more injuries for people to know?
No, because I think cut her mouth a lot. I want when he was fall, really fall, and then cut him out, and cut him teeth sometimes, or sometimes cut her lip. And I don't know, it's because we were in those teeth and the teeth on the side was sticking out. On the bottom was shut, but it was so scary. Not her teeth were gonna fall out, but teeth. They were all, and thank goodness they were all okay. Okay.
All right, so other than the ones you've already told me, any other major injuries that you've gone to the doctor for?
No, I mean, you get, you know, like cuts and scrapes and here and there. And you get a lot of cuts on her head because she was, you know, when she had a little metal barrette that I put in her hair and she fell a couple of times. It would scratch her, but you know, I would just clean them up and, you know, try to keep them clean and, you know, eventually sometimes they would get, you know, I don't know if they would take it down or if it's just pulling them, you know, doing things that they take a while to keep them. The bar at the one.
Sergeant Barnes, what did the defendant say Olivia cut her head with?
Metal barrettes.
In reviewing Detective Juarez's statement, was this something that she said before?
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
That'll be overruled.
Not that I remember.
Based on your conversation with the defendant, did she appear to have knowledge that Olivia had these scrapes on her head?
Yeah, she brought it up on her own.
And could I have parties approach, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for today at this point. We are going to come back tomorrow. We're going to come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we're going to start at 9 a.m. And we are going to break on Friday at 12. And just so everyone will know, on Friday, I'll give you our schedule for the remaining of the next week, okay? All right, so. Oh, you can have a seat, Mr. Foley. That's okay.
I thought they were going to be standing any second.
No, because I have to give them their instructions, which they probably already have it memorized. So here we go. Make sure your badges are visible so that people won't speak about cases around you. But if you hear anyone speaking about this case, move away. If you see anything on television or anything in the newspaper, don't read it, don't listen to it. Don't listen to anybody if they want to talk to you about this case. You're not allowed to do any research. Everything that you need to know about this case will happen in this courtroom. All right. And there is to be no deliberation. All right. Thank you. All right. And we'll see everyone tomorrow at 9. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, so the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state and the defense.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so we'll be back here tomorrow at 9.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, and we're off the record, Brenna. So because I knew that we were not going to be doing